great man of God first, and also somebody who is very good at what he does. It is my singular honor to introduce our speaker for today, who is personally known to me for over 30 years and known to our family. So, this is a man I know very well, and I have the honor to introduce him today. With over 20 years of experience in accounting, finance, tax strategies, and business leadership, Pastor Joe is a renowned financial speaker known for making complex financial topics clear, engaging, and actionable. Drawing from a rich background as a certified public accountant and a banker, Pastor Joe inspires professionals, entrepreneurs, and individuals to make smarter financial decisions that lead to lasting success. Throughout his career, he has worked with diverse clients, from small businesses and high net worth individuals to mid-sized corporations, partnerships, limited liability companies, and nonprofits and churches, providing solutions such as investments in stocks, financial reporting, auditing, tax planning, and internal controls. Pastor Joe is a strong advocate for financial literacy, tax planning, business growth, and personal wealth management. He has rich experience with financial institutions such as PricewaterhouseCoopers LLC and Pernod Ricard USA. Pastor Joe holds a bachelor's in accounting and finance from Baruch College and an MBA from the University of New Haven. He's married with 3 children and lives with his family in Bronx, New York. So without much ado, let us all welcome Reverend Joseph Opokuwari to present to us this morning what God has prepared him all through his career for this day to bring unto us. Shall we receive Reverend Joseph Opokuwari? Also, the floor is yours now.
Praise the Lord.
Hallelujah.
Yeah. Hallelujah. I'm blessed to be here to give you a presentation about the stock market, and I was so much happy when I received this invitation. I'm a man of God. I'm associate pastor of Calvary Deliverance Christian Assembly, and I've been with this ministry from the second day when I arrived in the United States of America, that I joined this church, and I'll be here till date. And I'm very glad to talk to you about the stock market investment. But before I will begin my speech, I want to ask, how many of you don't have investment in the stock market? How many of you? Just raise your hand, or you see that there's a sign that you can put. Some of you might think that you don't have investments in the stock market, but I can tell you about 99% of us, all of us have investment in the stock market. And my main concern with especially those of you who are in the health field, when they go to work and then they sign up for 401ks, deferred compensation, all those kind of stuff, when they give it to you, you just leave it, your fate, to the mercy of the HR. You want the HR to make those kind of decisions for you. But from where I sit, I have seen it over and over and over. People coming to me, especially when they see that their portfolio is going down, then that they will reach out to me. What should I do? What do I do? How do I go about this? Then I have to educate them. Some of them I have to enter into their portfolio to strategize for them, because they didn't know. And all that they know is that they want the money to be going up and up and up every day. But there's a catch that if you don't know, it's not going to really help you. That's why we are here. And sometimes too, we also make our own investments in the stock market. And then the stock market is a very good place for us to make our investment, especially so far as we are living here. Don't get me wrong. There are some of you who want to go and live in Ghana. If you want to go and live in Ghana, fair enough. That one is good. But there is nothing wrong with you investing in America so that when you have your money here, even though you are living in Ghana, you are doing whatever thing that you are doing in Ghana, but yet your money will still be making, I will be making more money for you. On that note, I'm going to get deep into what we are called to do here. So, Mami Florence, I don't know if can I share my screen with you? Is it possible?
A short while, just for a few seconds.
No, yeah, you can share. You have I've made you a co-host, so
okay.
you should
so
be able
do you
to
see my screen now?
Not yet.
No, we don't see your screen.
What about now? You still don't see it?
We don't see, I don't see
No.
it here. I don't know if anybody sees it.
Okay. All right. I will just give it to you. What do we mean by stock market? When you talk about stock market is the act of buying shares of publicly traded companies to increase your wealth over time. Listen to the definition. Stock market is an investment, it's an act of buying shares of publicly traded companies to increase your wealth over time. To increase your wealth, that is the point I want to emphasize on. And then we know that when you invest in the stock market, your stocks can go up or down. But from where we come from, as an Africans, we don't want, when we have money, we want to make sure that we get hold of that money and that money never goes down. We want to make sure that that money stays with us. So in that case, we want to strategize it in such a way that we invest it in areas that the money will not go down. That's why it comes in that we have to do what? We have to diversify our portfolio. As I was using the investment in the 401ks as an example, that one you don't have control over it. But the only control that you have over it is to tell HR, or you enter into your portfolio and then you tell them that they should invest some in technology. They should invest some in what? Healthcare. They should invest some in food or energy. These 4 things that I've mentioned to you, it is very, very good investment when you make investment in these 4 areas. By diversifying your portfolio: technology, healthcare, food, and then energy. These areas are very, very, very important to make investment in these areas. Because there is no way that you and I can live without eating. We are always eating. Every day, we are always eating. So when you invest in the food market, your stock will hardly go down. And the reason why that most of us, when we make an investment in the stock market, we want the market whereby we can invest, and within a twinkle of an eye, that we see that money goes up and up and up and up. When you are doing that, you are investing in junk stocks. You are not doing yourself well. You can invest it today and it will go up around about a week, and you see that it's going, and then you keep on pushing money in. By the time you realize, it will fall flat and you will lose all the money. I am here just to let you know that there are certain investments that you have to make sure that you stay away from it. I'm a very conservative investor. When I'm investing my money in the stock market, I want to make sure that money doesn't go down. And don't get me wrong, there might be some economic turbulence, like 2008. There was a economic turbulence that you see that some of the money was going down and down and down. But remember, because you invested it in a very good place, so the gains that you have made so far, even if it's going down, it will go down a little, and then it might not even hurt you that much. And also, when you are making investment, these are general things that I'm talking about. We are going to go to specific later. When you are making investment, by diversifying it, invest some in the large companies, invest some in the mid-sized companies, and then you invest some in the what? In the small, small companies as well. When you do that, if the large sizes are not doing well, you see that the mid size will do well. If the mid size is not doing well, the small sizes will do well. So when your portfolio come together,
So for excuse me, for chikakra from my, I mix it up my.
oh, okay. So when it happens that way now, ebasana, lose, you don't lose anything. But in a situation whereby you only invest in a small companies like IPOs, when the IPOs are coming, and then people will tell you, because I want to use one particular example because I've experienced it, and a lot of people didn't listen to my advice. And all those people who didn't listen to my advice, now, even if I sneeze, me bo wakra na omutie, because of home experiences are omenya adena, especially when cryptocurrency was coming up, and nipanu bibre no more. Hey, I mean, there were people in my church. They were even telling me that Nkrophobia church romo ibia omu nyeskapa tumbe busa me na meka tromo say even IRS cannot regulate crypto. It was new. So I was telling them they should take it easy, take time, and study it. They shouldn't invest their money into it right away. You take your time, you study it, and then you see that this money that you are investing it in, you are not going to lose. And these people that I talked to, they did not listen to me, and everybody crypto. To cut a long story short, I can tell you about 100% of the people who told me, all of them confessed to me that they lost money in the market. They lost money in the market because at that time, IRS wasn't able to regulate them. They were finding ways and means to regulate them so that people will not lose their money. But because they did not listen, they thought that it was, and especially in the New York area, everybody, and they were trading on their phones and here and there. I know of one man who had he invested in the in crypto, and he was very happy. This man was making a decent money, but he wasn't happy with the money that he was making. He's focused on the crypto. In the long run, at the end of the year, when they sent him 1099 that he added to his W-2 to file his tax returns, he ended up losing $77,000. That was about 3 years ago. Even as I'm talking to you now, the man is still paying. The man is still paying. And then he's telling me that, but when you look into his portfolio, he doesn't have anything. And the thing is, as an individual, when you lose money like that, somebody can tell you, you can deduct it on your tax return. It's true, but you can deduct only up to $3,000. So you can imagine somebody who have lost, $77,000. So he's gonna deduct $3,000 for about more than 10 years. So it's not. So what I'm trying to say is, when it happens that way, please diversify your portfolio, and you can even do a domestic. You combine domestic with international. You can also invest across the globe. When you do that, it will really, really help you. That is about diversification. Let's talk about how to invest in the stock market. How do we invest in the stock market? Already we have established the fact that everybody have an investment in the stock market. Number one, you have to strategize your investment to align your objectives and your mission. The reason why that you want to invest in the stock market. You can invest in the stock market in a short term. Let's assume that somebody who is going to buy a house, you think that you want to buy a house, or you have planned that you want to buy a house in 2 years' time or in 5 years' time. So you are saving. And that savings that you are saving, you want to invest it in a stock market. Making sure that money you don't want the money to go down. Don't go and invest in a risk, put your investment in the risk stocks. No. You have to invest conservatively so that for the next 5 years, and when I say investing, there are well-known companies, their stocks are very expensive, but if you are able to buy even one, and then you are keeping it, or 10, and then you are keeping it, there is no way you are going to lose. A typical example is Amazon, Apple. There are well-established companies, GE, Ford Company. Those kind of companies, when you invest in, there is no way you are going to lose your money. It will not go up, but gradually, you'll see that you'll be getting gains. So this short-term goals, in 5 years' time, hey, by then you might have gotten all the entire money for your down payment, and you can cash it in, and then you use that money to put down, and then you buy your house. At that time, you don't lose anything. And there are long-term investments. Long-term investment, one of them is 401k that I talk about, deferred compensation. Or you have certain money that this money, you know that you don't need it. You just want to put it there. You're investing in the stock market. I know of a lady whose son is now 35 years old. Do you know what this lady did? He said when the lady gave birth to her son, what she did was, one said, "Oh, your mom will say, amount for we outdooring, conform amount donations. Yes, you can unya, and we invest in the stock market. Somebody advised her, or the two stock market. No, the two stock market. Do you know what she did? She told the person, I don't want this money to go down. I'm saving it for my child. And this money, invested it conservatively, and then she left it. Do you know she gave the money to that child when the child graduated from college? And it was the child who was telling me this. This is what the mother did for her. And then the child used the money to buy his first car. When he got a job to work, it was the money that the mother invested for him is the one that he used to buy his first car. For the whites, some of them can even, for the car part, they can even buy the car for you. But they will invest and they give the money to you. And some of them, they use it as a down payment to buy their first home. So if your parents have done this thing for you, do you think you will ever forget about your parents? Remember, the Bible says a good man leave inheritance for his children's children. For his children's children. So it's not your children. No. You have to leave money for your grandkids. But if you are not able to work well, so be save enough money. Any your grandkids there, they are nowhere to be found. No, number 2, talking about how to invest. Second one, you have to know your risk tolerance. You have to consider your risk tolerance. There are some people, they are able to take risk. Me, I always go for medium risk. Medium risk. What am I talking about? Medium risk. Medium risk is, even if I'm going to lose, I will not lose to the point whereby it will affect my finances. No. But if you go for extremely or highly conservative, that one is the best. You see, said mention companies be enco up, be gradually, but now echo up. Gradually, they echo up. And other people too, they are always taking risk. They are always taking risk. Stock market, more or less, said the maker, we say chacha. Chacha ni yetu no. I must be frank with you. More or less, no. Stock market, chacha. Internet, ebasa, if you don't take care, you are going to lose big time, and it will hurt you for the rest of your life. It will hurt you for the rest of your life. Because remember, the time that you have, or the time you are living on this earth, This right now, no, where you are, no, that time, no, you can never go back and recover that time. So if you don't invest very well and you invest haphazardly, in the long run, it's not going to help you. It is not going to help you. As I was telling you about 2008, a lot of people who reach out to me, people were telling me, I lost 100,000, I lost 50,000, I lost 90,000. They were talking about so many. I asked some of them. I asked them after I have gone into their portfolio to help them. Afterwards, after some time, I asked them, have you been able to recoup that money? They said, also for the bill. Still, I say, can even though they say, making money, but they may lose you in there. Still, I mean, yeah. So, know your risk tolerance. So that we can, where we come from, we don't want to lose money. So, my year, Juma, 10,000. I'm assuming you invested that 10,000 now. I want to make sure, say, that 10,000 stays with me. So, if you know, say you are not somebody who can deal with the stock market and stuff. There are ways that you can invest in the stock market that you will still stay there. We will get to that point. Now let's look at the how to open investment accounts. How to open investment account. I started by defining stock market, talk about diversification of what your portfolio. I talk about how to invest by setting your clear goals. And that's setting your clear goals, you know your risks, tolerance, and then the third point that I'm going to talk about is open an investment account. You must open a brokerage account to trade on the stock market. Say, why open brokerage account now? You cannot invest. Some of you, I know you have your personal portfolios and stuff. All of them are good. I'm glad you have them. But I'm giving you information so that next time that when you are investing, you will make sure that you invest well. And then two, there's another point that I didn't put it down, but I just remember. Before you invest in any company, please study the company. Now, information is, we have abundance of information. Just go online, do a research about the company you are investing in. Look at how they publish their financial statements. You might not even understand the financial statement and stuff, but you know at least profit and loss, you know whether the company is doing well or not doing well. Some people can open a company within a short time, and then they're trying to get more people to invest. Those kind of companies, you have to be very careful. If you don't do that, and then you put your money in it, within a less than no time, that company will crash, and then you will lose everything. So with that one, I want you to be aware and make sure that you don't get into that area. Now let me talk about the opening of the investment. When you are opening up, there are several ways that you can do it. You can do online brokerage account. You can do it yourself. After you have done your work by doing a research, knowing that company, that this company that I'm going to invest in, this is an authentic company that can help me for me to get gains in my investment. Because that we call that one a self-directed account for buying and selling in investments. And when it happens that way, you have to always be on the edge. There are people, they are always, every morning when they wake up, they go and look at their investment. As a believer, you've waken up, you have not been able to pray, but you are thinking about the investment, but you tend to forget that it is God who gives you power to make wealth. But yet you are able to observe, or you are able to check your portfolio every morning. But meanwhile, people cannot even do their quiet time. They cannot even read their Bibles. And when you are doing that, you are not doing yourself good. You are doing yourself harm. During the day, you can do that. But don't forget to do what is of your duty. And you can also do a robo-advisor. A robo-advisor is under, automatic. It's an automatic service that they deal. So that automatic service, it will advise you, it will give you counsel, and it will help you how to make investment in certain kind of companies. So you can also do that one. And then the last but not the least that I love so much, that one is what? Financial advisor. That one, you get a professional person, a professional who offers a personalized advice to you and manage your portfolio. Maybe you might ask me, where are you going to find it? All of us, we can have a professional advisor easily. Go to your bank, walk in any bank that you save in there, walk into the bank, tell the bank you have this money, you want to invest. And when you are getting a professional counselor or a professional financial advisor, there's one thing, there's a catch there. They take fees. So ask them, what is your management fee that you are going to charge me? Those are the cards that if you don't take care, if you don't ask those questions from the beginning, and then you just go them, they will cancel you, they will tell you, yeah, you can invest it here. But meanwhile, their management fee is maybe 10%. And then when it happens that way, all the gains that you'll be gaining, you'll be, they will take a portion of it. You can get some of them free of charge based on the money that you are investing in. And on that one, if the more money that you put in, some of them can even tell you, hey, because of the money you are investing, I'm not going to charge you anything. When you go to Chase, they have something called, how do you call it? They have something, when I remember, I will tell you. Special client that they don't charge them anything. You know why? They don't charge them anything. Because they don't charge them anything because they are using your money to work. Those savings account that we have, sometimes I go to people's account and then they tell me they have $100,000 sitting there. It's not making any money. You are not making any money. You can invest that one in, even if you don't want to invest in the stock market, remember, you can also put it in the CDs. Even if you can't put it in the CDs, there is another thing that I can tell you that now all or most of the banks are doing. There is something that we call high earning savings account. I know I'll come there. For now, let me talk about there other stuff that I'll add to it and I will show you all those things. So these are the three things: how to invest in the stock market: online brokerage, robo-advisor, and then financial advisor. If you are able to do these things, it will really, really help you. From where I work, what we do is any product or any investment that we are making, we strategize it, we look at the tax consequences, and then make sure that, this thing that the company is going to invest in, are we going to make money or not? But we ourselves also, we invest in some kind of companies like ships, airplanes. So we strategize all these things to make sure to look at the tax implications. Some of them you might invest all right, but the tax implication is very, very high. So those are the things that we make sure that we check all these things and make sure that when we invest in it, the company is not going to lose anything. Then when you are choosing your investment, there are types of investment like index funds. Index funds are the funds they are passively tracked at the market index like the S&P 500, giving you exposure to a wide range of companies. I've given you some few companies, and then I was so much concerned about letting you know the areas that you can invest, that you can hold. When you invest in those areas, there is no way that you are going to lose money. And then also, you can, another type is exchange trading funds. Sometimes you can trade and then bid that China's currency or Japanese yen is going to go down. You can bid on it. And then when it goes down, you make money. But if it doesn't go down and then go up, you lose money. All those kind of stuff, they are types of investment you can make. And mutual funds is a professionally managed ones that they pull money from investors to buy stocks. That's the mutual fund. They pull money from investors, especially pension funds. They invest pension funds in those kind of areas. And then the individual stocks, that the one that some of you are already doing it. Those ones are, you do it yourself. You don't have any, you're at your own leisure time. You go online, you pull up. Some of you are trading on your phones, and every day they are checking here and there. When you do those kind of stuff, it will really, really help you to make more money for yourself. In the stock market, remember the definition that I give is what? I'm bringing you back to the definition I give, that the stock market is an act of what? Buying shares in a publicly companies to increase your wealth over time. Your wealth over time. And you have already established the fact of the short-term and then the long-term investment. So with the long-term investment over time, you should be able to do what? You should be able to make money. So this is where I want you to know about the stock market. And I have more stuff that I'm going to add to it, but I will pause here, or I should go all the way to the end before we bring the question and answers.
Yes,
Because I know
please finish.
I should go all the way to the end.
Yes.
Okay. There is something that is going on, that all these stock markets that we are talking about, there are certain areas as Christians, as believers, that we need to do. That when we do it, it will help us in general for us to make more money. There is I have this message that I normally give it to the Christians when I go and talk about making, prospering in the ministries. I call it the basics, or the ABC of biblical financial prosperity. The basics, or the ABCs of the biblical financial prosperity. The stock market is another one. The stock market is one of them. The stock market is a subset of this topic that I'm talking of. We talk about the stock market. One thing I want you to know, in the first place, you have to know that God is the source of our money. Whether we are going to make wealth or not, it is God who allows us to make money. It is God who helps us to make money. So God is the author of our wealth. And then, if God is the author on our wealth, do you think God will allow us to go hungry or not to make money? Faithful children of God, they always inherit wealth. And you don't inherit wealth from anybody. You inherit wealth from yourself. I'm not talking about your parents' money that they made, or if your parents built houses somewhere else that you are thinking of. No, but you yourself. You have to inherit wealth from your father. And then number one is the stock market that we talk about. And because God wants you to make wealth for yourself, God always gives you abundance of grace. Abundance of grace to make wealth. And in doing that, you have to make a good decisions. If you don't make good decisions, it will really, really hurt you when you get old. And I don't want any of you that when you get old, your children will put you in a nursing home and then they leave you alone. No, they don't want to. I don't want you to do that. So what am I talking about? All the money that you are making, one, we are in the church setting. Make sure that you take your tithe out of it. That is number one. People see pastors always talking about tithe and offering here and there. Don't play with it. Brethren, I have testified. I have lived with it. And I have seen the purpose of it. And there are some people, they even run into cents. I don't do that. I always run it up. I always run. If I'm getting $250, I will run it up to 300 and pay my tithe out of it. That one is something that God has laid upon my heart that I do it. So when you do that, what does God do? God says, honor the Lord with your substance And with the first fruit of all your increase, so shall thy barn be filled with what? Plenty, and thy presses shall burst with what? With a new wine. Proverbs chapter 3, verse 9. That is what the Bible, honor the Lord with your what? With your first fruits. This is what God is telling us. But man, that is just a portion, and you have to do sacrificial giving just to help the ministry that you are in to move forward. Because it comes to a point whereby the ministry is going to have program. You can support with money. That one is good. One thing that I really want to talk about is Bible-backed savings. Bible-backed savings. And under the Bible-backed savings, I have three things that I want to address. Retirement, debt avoidance, and then emergency funds. Retirement. When I talk of retirement, I'm not talking about Social Security, because the way things are going with the Social Security, now we all know that the retirement age, they move it for the men, they move it what, 67. If care is not taken, by the time that it gets to our 10, they will tell you that the retirement age is 70 years or 75. And some still say that God has given us 70. If per chance, if we are going to live long, then we will live to 80. So we have to prepare ourselves. The Social Security is there once you are working, but make sure that you get something on top of your Social Security. That's why the 401k comes in. So don't let your 401k, the HR people invest in junk stocks, especially those of you who are in the medical field, because you don't know. You don't know, so you leave everything to the HR, and then they will invest. So when things are going on well, you see that the money is going up, and you are happy. When we hit economic crisis, your money will get to a free fall, and it will fall in just like water. And then you lose about 90 or 80% of all the investment that you have. So in that area also, please make sure that you check it. Don't leave it at the hands of your HR. They will not help you. They will not help you. And then you have to make sure that when you are making money, make sure that you don't lose any money. The money that you are making, I already established this fact before, that when you are making money, you don't lose money. And how do you save? You save in a compound interest investments. Compound interest investment. I'm going to do an example. I'm going to give you a typical example. A typical example is somebody who is making investment in somebody who's making $12,000. I'm using some small figures. And this person is saving $1,000 at an interest rate of 6%. As an interest rate of 6%. If this person continues for the next 50 years, compound interest, do you know that this person will be able to make 24,672.56 cents, saving $1,000 a year at interest rate, compound interest rate of what? 6%. So let's do mathematics here, simple mathematics. $1,000 each for 15 years is 15,000. But because the 6% interest rate that you are adding, you are also making money on the 6% interest rate. That's why your money will go up to 24,000 at the end of the 15 years. And then America, one bad thing that they do, that the interest rate on your savings is always lower than the interest rate on your loans or whatever money that you are borrowing. So when you borrow money, if the interest rate of savings is 6%, interest rate on borrowing will be 10%. That's why it's not good for you to always borrow, because when you borrow, you are always paying more money than ever before. And another thing I will tell you under here is we should try to avoid double taxation. Double taxation. How do you avoid double taxation? Double taxation, you avoid double taxation, especially those of you that God has blessed. You have your own companies, you open LLCs, you open S corporations, you open small companies that you are doing something little. The reason why that you avoid double taxation is you only pay taxes on your earnings. And even with the small companies like LLCs and then partnerships, those kind of companies, you don't pay taxes there. Why? And then all the expenses, it goes into it. And let me give you a typical example. What the big corporations or the rich people, what they do. What they do is they have the company that they are working for. And they will open a small company. And that company will become an LLC or a S corporation or partnership. And every expenditures that they incur, they push it through that that company. Or like, let's say if they are going to buy a car, they will let the company buy the car for them. The company that they've opened. You see everything legitimate in the car, but who drives the car? Is he who is the CEO of the company? He buy. So when it happens that way, at the end of the year, he is not paying tax on that corporation that he has opened. Because it's a pass-through entity, it goes to the his personal returns, and then you go and pay tax there. But if he made losses with that company, the losses will be transferred to the actual company that he has, and therefore he's gonna lower his tax liability. So let's say somebody who have made an income of $100,000 on his W-2. And then because he has a company, and that company made the loss of $100,000, of $20,000, that loss will be transferred to his individual taxes. And then when he goes there, he will pay what? The 20,000 will be subtracted from his annual income of 100,000. So now they've deducted taxes on the 100,000. But now, because of the losses he made on the company, so you only have to pay taxes on the $80,000. So he has avoided double taxation. And then two, he's making money. He's making money on his personal return as well. Another point that I'm talking about the savings is also make sure that there is always, you have liquid cash. Liquid cash. It's good to make investment in Ghana, to build houses in Ghana. But let me tell you, any money that walk over Atlantic Sea, get to Africa, it doesn't come back. It doesn't come back. So when you have money there, and then you need money here, it's very difficult to get it back. Now, by the grace of God, thank God to MTN and other companies. So people go there, they open Momo account. So you can transfer money from your Momo account to your, but always have liquid cash at you. That in case if you lose money, in case if you need money for emergency, then you can fall on that liquid cash to do what you have to do. If you don't do that, it's not going to it is not going to help you. So that is one area that I want you to make sure that you do that. And if you do that, it will really, really help you, and your life will never be the same. Another one is insurance. Get insurance for yourself. Get insurance for yourself. I'm not here to sell insurance to you, but get insurance for yourself, that when you are not there, your descendants are going to They are not going to struggle. They are not going to suffer. They will have something to fall on. My favorite topic is the one that we are coming on. Keep out of debt. Keep out of debt. Sometimes I wonder why people have a lot of savings, but they are still in debt. When you talk about debt, we have good debt and then we have bad debt. Good debt, what are some of the good debt? Good debt like student's loan, acquisition of a house or a car that you use to walk around, go around, all those kind of stuff. If you have it, fair enough. It's very good. There's nothing wrong with it. Over time, you are going to make sure that you take care of all those things, which is really, really good. But we have bad debt. The bad debt, number one, bad debt that are killing most Ghanaians are credit cards. Credit cards, store cards, keep away from it. Maybe there are people here who are on the line who have a lot of credit cards. They don't know how to go about it. Let me give you a solution to it. Do not consolidate with anybody who call you to tell you that, oh, you have 4 credit cards, you have 10,000 here, you have 12,000 here, you have 15. We can consolidate and help you to make a minimum payment. A lot of companies will reach out to you and then they tell you that. If you are going to do it with Christian financial institutions. There are Christian financial institutions. There is one that I know is in New Jersey that I've given it to a lot of people who are encountering this problem and they've been able to help them. And I know there are many around, but there are other companies who are around who will reach out to you. We can help. They even advertise on television and stuff, telling you that they can help you consolidate your debt and come out of it. Don't mind them. I can tell you what they do. You know what they do? All that they do is they tell you to pay this amount of money, pay it to them. But when you pay that money to them, they are not paying the money to your creditors. All that they're doing is they are talking to your creditors, negotiating with them. Sometimes you yourself can negotiate with that credit card company. You yourself, you tell them, hey, I don't have enough money. I'm in debt of this. I want to come out. They can even strategize with you that they are not getting anything. So if you are going to tell them that, hey, out of $10,000, you'll be able to pay $200 every month. Sometimes they will go with it. But those companies, what they do is when you pay the money to them, they will keep the money in their coffers and they are charging you. And in 6 months' time, they will reach out to your creditors and tell them that, hey, this person is not able to pay. What do? They will write it off. The corporations will write it off. My company, we do that all the time. We will write it off as bad debt. But that company, the so-called company who is helping you, they will keep the money. And then, number 2, they will mess up your credit. So now that we know this, how do we do it? There are a zero interest rate credit cards that they send to your homes. Most of you have been getting it. You know what? It goes from 12 to 18 months. That 12 to 18 months, do you know that you can transfer one of your credit cards to that one? When you transfer it for the next 18 months or 12 months, you are not going to pay any interest. When it happens that way and you are paying to them, you are saving money because the interest rate of 20%, 25%, you are not paying it. And also you tackle the one with the smallest, balance. If you have 3 and there is one that you have maybe $1,000, you target that one, and then the rest you are paying minimum payment. And the one that you have a small balance, you put more money into it, and then you pay it off. When you finish that one, you can move to the next one. And then when you finish that one, you can move. So before you realize, and in that case, you have to speak to your soul. Tell yourself you are not going to spend on the credit card anymore. You are going to base it on you are going to make your expenses on the money that you are making, like a debit card. Sometimes they use the point system and stuff to lure people into it. I made example of savings. I'm gonna do the same thing. The same amount annual income, the same savings that I use. Let's take this one. If you are making $12,000 annually and you are saving $1,000 over time, but because it's a debt, so the debt rate, interest rate, compound interest rate is higher. It's 10%. It's not 6% anymore. That's how the system has been structured. And when it happens that way, do you know something? Over 15 years, your debt will go up to 34,949. So when we compare this to the savings was 24,000, now it's 34,000. So hypothetically, now you can see that there is an increase of what, $10,000 more that you have to pay. $10,000 more that you have to pay, which is not necessary. And let me tell you, if you are not able to handle this very well, you might think that now you are okay. When the time comes for your children to go to school, then that you are going to learn that it will not help you. I was talking about bad debt. I told you about credit card. Another bad debt that I don't want you to get yourself involved is signing for somebody's house. When somebody's going to buy a house, and then they call you, let couples handle their situation. They call you, I have my credit is not good. Can you please co-sign for me? You are not doing yourself well. Don't get me wrong, there are good people, but based on experience, I can tell you that about 90% of the people, they don't fulfill their promise. When it happens that way, that debt is on your credit report as well. So when the time comes that you need money or you need to get something, they will tell you that you have this huge amount on your credit report. So therefore, they cannot give it to you. Another one is what? Is co-signing for somebody to get a car. If they are couples, children, family, that one is different. But friends, be very careful. I know of somebody who co-signed for his pastor to get a car. I'm a pastor, so I'm using pastors and to get a car. Do you know in the long run, the pastor wasn't paying the car? And they were going after this guy who co-signed for the pastor. And I remember I went to a church to give a speech about this, and the pastor over there, when the pastor took over, the pastor gave his personal experience that he co-signed for his friend's child who was going to college. And this child graduated. Students' loan. This child graduated, the child wasn't paying the money. He talked to the father. The father would talk to the child. In the long run, the father asked the pastor. The pastor, what now the guy, my friend, my child is not working. So what can we do? There's nothing that I can do. Forgetting that this person sacrificed for him. And in the long run, they fall out. He said the guy even moved out of the state that they were in, not in New York here. It was somewhere else. The guy moved out. So now he doesn't even have an association with that guy anymore. He moved out, changed his number. So now the debt is on the pastor. He has to pay. So these are bad debt that I'm bringing them out. That's something that, and remember that you yourself, you have children. That a time will come, your children will go to school. So if you have co-signed for somebody, that person messed you up. When your children gets there, how are you going to take care of your children? But remember, your children are your primary responsibilities. So when it happens that way, you are not that you are not helping yourself, you are also not helping your children. And remember that the children, they don't have any credits. So they are living on your credit. There is a saying that, there's a saying which goes like this: the rich rule over the poor, and the borrower is a servant to the leader. To the lender. The borrower, you are what? You are a servant to the lender. And And there are most of you here, most of you are in America, you know how it goes. America here is just by you. So I'm giving you all this in addition to the stock market investment that we have talked, for you to know that there are certain things that you can do for you to make money in America here. And another thing is what? Keep records and budget. Keep records and then what? Budget. There are people, they spend anyhow. If you have the money more than enough and you can spend it anyhow, fine. Sometimes there are certain things you cannot, you can't afford to do. The mere fact that your friend is driving a Nissan and you can afford, he's driving Mercedes-Benz and you can afford Nissan, doesn't mean now you have to join your friend. No. Cut your coat according to your size. Work within your budget. And then you working within your budget, you know what you do? You are also teaching your children how to work within their budget. I learned something from one of my co-workers. I was shocked when he told me that. That was about 10 years ago. When he told me, and I started implementing it in my house. Do you know what he did? He told me that when Apple came, when his children were young, as I told you about the lady who saved and his child used his first, investment in the stock market to buy his first car. Do you know what this guy also did? He said he bought some Apple shares. His children's money that he bought, he used it to buy Apple shares, and then he left it there. And do you know that by the time that the child was graduating from college, he said that money, and what he was doing is, he told the children that if I give you allowance, during the week, if you are able to save any money that you are able to save, I will add the same portion to it and we invest it in the stock market. So you do it for a month and then you add it to the whatever that they have saved. To my surprise, the guy told me that by the time his daughter, his children were grabbed, the first one, he had $400,000 in his account. When I learned that, I said, wow. So I also started. When I came home, I told my children, now when you come home, when I give you allowance for the whole week, any money that you save, I will add the same portion and then we'll put it in your savings. And from savings, we invest in the stock market. And lo and behold, they did that, and now I see that their money is growing. So this is something that I'm giving to you. And sometimes you will tell me, where are you going to get money? Let me tell you, I was telling you, don't compare yourself to somebody. There are people who have been in the work field for 20 years, for 30 years. They made their money already. So if those people are eating in the restaurant and stuff and you cannot afford, don't join them. Maybe you can prepare your food and then you take some of the food and then you take it and then you go and when your lunchtime, you use that money, you eat that food. Fair enough, good. You do it. No, you are not competing with anybody. When you do that, you are building wealth for yourself. That's why I entitled this message, the ABCs or the basics of biblical financial prosperity. So with time, you will see that gradually you'll be going up and up and up and up. And if you do that, it will really, really, and those of you whose children don't have bank account, I encourage you, try to open bank account for them and put money in for them. And when you do that, it will help the children and you yourself too, it will help you. You know, of late, we have gotten to a point whereby sometimes you don't even give money because all the children have phones. So they will get to certain areas that you see that they need money and you are not there. How are they going to get money? If you have phone, you have bank account, you have set up Zelle for them, you can transfer money from your account and you give it to them. And your kids will not struggle or will not suffer. And then my last but one point is hard work. All these things that we are talking of, if you don't work hard, you sit down, you put your hands in your it will not help you. You have to work hard, because when you read from Proverbs chapter 14, verse 23, it says that in all labor there is profit. In all labor there is profit. But the talk of the lips tend only to penury or poverty. There are people, they will use their mouth to work hard. They will tell you, I do this, I will do that, I will do. At the end of the day, you will see that they will do nothing. He that till the land shall have plenty of bread, but he that follow after vain persons shall what? Shall have poverty enough. Proverbs chapter 28, verse 19. Listen, he said, he that till the land. So when you till the land, there will be plenty of bread for you. But if you follow afterward vain people who are reckless, who are using their money anyhow, they don't care about how they spend. They do things anyhow. When you follow those people, the Bible says you will be what? You will be poor. Because remember, even God himself started working from the beginning of the world. And you work till what? And then also take a break. In your hard work, take a break. There are people who work throughout the entire year without taking vacation. It is not good. I mean, I didn't even know this. Somebody was telling me that there are some of our people, they sell their vacation days. They said they sell their vacation. I was shocked. I didn't know. And they were telling me that some of them sell their vacation days to get money. And do you know that when you're doing that, you are shortening the number of your days, because when it happens that way, it's affecting your health. And I must be frank with you, when I started working in the corporate world, I was doing exactly the same thing. I wasn't selling it, but I was so much eager. I wanted to prove to themselves, I want to go high and high. So I worked to a point. Sometimes I remember one time, was it Colombo? There was one day I went to work, not knowing that day is a holiday. And I went to work. When I went to work, I was there till 10 o'clock and nobody was coming. I called my boss, and then my boss told me that, oh, Joe, what are you doing? Don't you know today is a holiday? I said, my goodness. So from there, I learned, and I said, no, I'm not going to, make myself so low like that. And so when you work in all your labor, please take care of yourself. When I say take care of yourself, take time. You and your family go and sit somewhere. You don't have to travel. Maybe, you live in Columbus. You can go to, how do you call it? Cincinnati. You go and hide there for maybe 1 week. You and your family, you enjoy yourself a little bit. Because if you don't do that, the very moment that you see that somebody call you from Ghana, they will tell all the stories, and then you send the money. You will send the money. On top of that, if they don't do that, I know all of us, we have funeral homes in Ghana. You put some of the money in the funeral home. And then at the end of the day, you will say, don't get me wrong, everybody should get something there so that when you go, you can have a place to sleep. I'm not telling you it's not good, but I'm telling you, take time for yourself. And last but not the least, you also need godly counsel. Godly counsel. If you seek counsel for the right people, you will get it. You will seek counsel for the right people, you will get it. Because you see, blessed is the man that walketh not in the counsel of the ungodly. A person needing a financial advice should not go to someone who makes his living selling anything or using his money anyhow. You go to the right people. Sometimes I tell people this. If I need health advice, and I have a friend who is an accountant, I will not go to that person. I will go to the person who has expertise in that area. And then I will talk to that person, especially when I know that person is a God-fearing person. I will talk to him. And they will give you a godly. And sometimes we shy away from our pastors. The pastors are there. Even if the pastor cannot help you, he can point you or direct you to a good person that he himself can testify about that person. So when you do that, it's really, really going to help you, and your life will never be the same. And I just remembered I was gonna tell you this, but I forgot. I mentioned it earlier about the high yielding savings account. When I was talking about when you save money in the bank, who can tell me the interest rate that they give it to you in your savings account? Hello? Can somebody tell me anything?
0?
1%.
0 or point something. One. I don't think it will give you 1%. No. Do you know why I know that? I find out there are certain churches, when you do their financial statement, I see some of them $500,000 a whole year, $500,000, and I look at the interest rate is $20, $30. I said, what is this? So why are you leaving that money there? We have something called high earning savings account. Now, most of the banks, they have it. And even if your bank don't have it, you don't have to sit there and tell me that, oh, we don't have Wells Fargo in Columbus, so I cannot do it. We have, now Chase has it. Apple, do you know Apple has a bank? Apple, the iPhone Apple also has a bank. The interest rate is, I think, 3 point. They started with 4.5. Now it has dropped to 3.7. American Express has it. What company? This company. Not Morgan Stanley. There is one. There are so many of them. They have it. And all that you do is electronic. You open it online, you transfer money, and it's just a normal savings account. So you transfer money from your savings into that account. When you need money, you transfer it back. But now that you don't need money, whilst it is there, remember, say any 3.7% interest rate. But if you have the money, and so sometimes when you do that, some people tell me, they say they've been doing that, and at the end of the year, they see that the interest rate alone, they have more than $5,000. This is not CD. This is not CD. This is not a stock market. It's just normal savings that they've done. So those of you who don't know, that these companies that I mentioned, American Express, Apple, but American Express, before you can do it, you should have American Express credit card. Apple too, before you do it, you should have Apple product. And this is the company, Goldman Sachs. Goldman Sachs also has it. So all these companies that I've mentioned, if you are able to, if you have money sitting there, if you don't want to put it in the stock market, you can, or you don't want to put it in the CDs, you can put it in that area. When you put it in these areas, I think that will really, really help you to make money. So this is where I will end my my teachings, and I will give room for question and answers. Thank you, and God bless all of you. Amen.
Amen. You also for you that was any church any wokasa and opinion me number so dear my. In table for me pam choy baby a quite natural or as a misa. Obeti me ama on saso and also obeti me our muti. Now we be sir.
So mommy was some me team bisa.
If I told Mr. Hey,
Papa Pacho, what can be even to be a man for tears, a very man, tears. What can say liquid money as anything?
Liquid money American. So we nya cash be a double be a onfa onsanka. And only emergency funds.
Okay.
Emergency funds be a, I mean, America, I say roughly, they say if you own a house, at least you should get 6 months rent. Sorry, 6 month mortgage.
Okay.
That you say ulusu wajuma, you can tap on that money to pay for your mortgage. So when you're talking about liquid money now, I'm talking of cash saved somewhere. Hey, and you'll be able to say, man the problem catch you so this guy on found sanka. Say, my mom, a typical example. That's the problem I have with my colleagues or my friends in Ghana. When you go to Ghana, they have houses, they build houses, or more properties, but they don't have liquid cash. And you say, ne ho chire no, say, or ye bibia, ne also turn fee.
Okay.
And I say, or turn asasi. And always no, obia, wa upreskano. You are able to negotiate to get money. Ubeton, the house now, what one? Ubeton cheap. Because at that time, no, unyeskan. Pato, let me tell you what is it?
If follow pa.
Accra, Asasi. The way Accra Asasi. I can tell you, say, Obiton the fee, not a friend say, enye Asasi. Obiton a complete house, $80,000.
Okay.
3 years ago, complete house, $80,000.
Okay.
Adintra, depending years card cash.
Okay.
Cash, and we need our fee, it, and Ghana, they know themselves. It, a nipa now all year within, in the long run, one of your friends, and a cash for better. And he was able to provide the cash. And lo and behold, he got the house. And he said, me can't about liquid, cash now. You must always have somebody will say emergency fund.
Okay.
When it's a told critically, obey, say.
Okay.
Thank you.
And that's it.
But I clear.
I'm at Tias.
Yeah.
My second question. Okay, what's it? What's of my pacho make me to call?
Me pacho I call.
What's the high earning saving accounts?
Yeah.
Now high earning saving accounts need seed, They're in the percentage, or high. And I said, they're in now. They're in if you say.
It depends. The reason why I'm using it depends is CDs no auto CDs na say dawa. Say time na so. Na say oko yi CD na. Say interest rate no unya ba kokra. So nim say.
Yeah, on bet is careful so.
O me start is capture say free so.
Yeah.
But high earning savings account no. And no to say normal savings are why we say. But a electronic internet omuni you can say they are not present physical brick and mortar banks on and until normal raise your interest rate no it was no.
Okay.
Interest rate now and more and then no you can go in at any time. If it's now this couple to I say savings account, normal savings account no.
Okay.
You can go in at any time, You find this couple to na say when here be emergency emergency. You can just go in and take it. But remember, CDs, even say interest rate near the same now. You have to make sure say scan out the portfolio. If you are for the next 6 months, for the next 10 months, for the next 1 year, you are not going to touch it. That's the only difference.
Okay.
What is the
Pacho Matias yepa. Jina just say who say woman say CD no high HMB high earning saving accounts no. Then so no a high earning saving accounts they will be my kuma ko yisika bia wa bra
any time. Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah. Let me show.
You abusia for why be you? The kwan ho.
Okay, the mommy, me bam kakra.
The pacho you.
Okay, now me say me who say ETF no. No year na say say so be no man for stocks no na companies no do na mo form sa ETF na e friend no. And so ojo no say na bet ma teach them kakra.
Oh, good, but for you to do that now, for that one, I would prefer Senka Obama professionals and manager amount, other than say one kasa you know. Because what I've realized is that most people now it take you time. It take you, they are always on it, and sometimes they are not even able to concentrate to do what they are supposed to do. And if you can have somebody who can do it for you, that you will not even be bothered and start, the person will give you updates, the person will give you knowledge about how, this one is coming. So and one thing I like about them is excuse me, say yeah, they always consult you. They will not just say what their man or manage, or be take you sikana wako invest in the baby a umpe. Any investment that a person will make, that professional will make, or be consult and sana wa make it say. Sometimes, when, like me, for instance, when they consult me, what I do is I do a little bit of research, right, about baby on person investing, and I mean where omo a year we say. And don't get me wrong, you have to make sure you yourself have to do a search. Even though they are professionals, sometimes they will tell you, don't do this, don't do it. I remember I have some investment with Chase. And it got to a point, that investment was going down, 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 down. I was kind of pissed off because I invested it in a medium risk stocks. So it was going down. So I wanted to cash it out. So when my my professional advisor called me. When I went there and then he sat me down. He said, you know what? This investment that you have invested is very good. You have done it very good, so just leave it. Let's give ourselves about 5 years. I was really surprised that I left it there. The last time that I checked, that about a month ago or so that I checked. Do you know that all the money that I lost, Merikupu, I say about 1/3 of that investment that I made. So when the for me, at the country years, and I say from where I sit and from where I work, I cannot trade directly. It's conflict of interest. Me patro de make make a conflict of interest. I what you say. Because from where I sit, me a banker, I have too much information. Say me until at the end of the year, I will say baby I may invest here, I have to make sure say I send my portfolio to HR to let them know. Say I don't tell them say but company any investment am I holding and I will say and I don't do it personally. I give it to the professionals to do it. I can do it, all right, but from where I sit, my company it prevents me from doing it. So if you are going to do the ETFs, and I say, my professionals now, that will really, really help you than you, doing it yourself.
I'm saying, okay, we for 401k no. 401k no, so no, which me a borrow if you wanna interest in a bit, no, but I'm a wow.
Okay, good.
Which me I could borrow 401k now that compare ETF, and I say, BB auto, and I say, which me I call Roth IRA. I don't know, and so it is saying what I'm saying.
Okay, it's very good you are bringing this. May I know who you're speaking? I really like the questions you bring.
Judgments. I mean,
oh, God bless you and God bless you. In fact, I like the way I'm bisa questions. It's very good. I forgot that part, and I'm glad you are bringing it up. I say, Yana and Crawford, me example at you. Meaning one lady beer, the 401k, na a human man. Oh yeah, no kum, no okobobisia. Okobobisia, untiani back. Okobobisia, untiani back. Do you know something? By the time I all retire, now the 401k no, it costs 0. No niske biada. 401k, say no retirement age. Now ko borrow now when tiani back, you are losing 10% penalty. I'm glad you're bringing this one up. You are losing 10% penalty that they charge on the money you've taken. So let's say if you have taken $1,000 from it and you are not paying it back, you are losing another $100. And on top of that, at the end of the year, they will send you 1099 that you have to include it in your tax returns. And that is where you are going to have problems. So the 401k, if you need money from it, borrow and pay it back. Don't take money without paying. unless there is a economic crisis, and then the government will come out, because I remember last
2 years ago.
during COVID time, right?
Mm.
COVID, something came up and people were taking money with no penalties. They only pay for the taxes. I hope most of you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yes. I know it.
Yeah.
I know it.
Yeah. When you do that, that one is okay. And there are some of you too, if you want to buy a house, you can also borrow. You don't have down payment. You can borrow from your 401k and you use it as a down payment to buy your house. So with that 401k now, and you can, when you do the Roth IRA, and if you leave one company to another company, if you want to have a control of your 401k, this is how it happens. Don't just tell the company to send the money to you. When they send the money to you that you are going to do it, even nowadays, they are not even doing it anymore. You go to your financial institution, talk to them, and tell them, they will show you the process, that they will take your information, then they will give it to your former company or the company managing your 401k, and they will roll it over to your to the financial institution. The money will not pass through you. It will go directly to them, and they will set up the account for you and then put that and put the money in it. The very moment that it comes into your hands, it means that you have cashed the money. No matter what you do, at the end of the year, they will send you 1099. You have to pay taxes right away on it. So when it comes to 401k, taking money from it, I always advocate for borrow and pay. Borrow and pay. And most companies, they strategize it in such a way that when you borrow it, every month they're going to deduct some from your paycheck and then pay it. And when you do that, most people, especially in our New York area here, you see New York, the houses here are very expensive, even though they are small, but they are very expensive. 2-family house is going for $1 million plus. So like people are struggling to buy a house. So I always tell them, just borrow from your 401k and then you use it as a down payment to pay, to buy your house when you get it. And gradually you will see that 5 years, give yourself 5 years. By 5 years' time, you'll be able to finish paying it, or most 10 years, and it's allowed. So but the question that you asked, this is the little answer that I can give you to it.
Then,
Any question?
If I do one time, Mr. Advice, Mr. Man said, I'm the 401k, no. So, Bora, the interest now, Puchiano, it's all go back to your own account.
Good. I forgot about that area. That's very good. That's very, very good. That's very good. I hope Pachomuti the Okain. Very good.
Also for Pacho repeated your kind of my.
Me refeed that partner. It's very good. Say Ubura, you are borrowing at an interest rate. So you pay interest on the money you are paying it back. But remember, you are paying interest on your own money. So this one, you are not losing anything. You are even getting more money. But people will tell you, say, oh, borrow from the 401k. Now, or the investment with your baby. Back, and before you do that, check the returns. How much you are getting from wherever you are taking it to, and then the 401k, the interest rate. And from where I work, I remember they have something called discretionary bonus that they give that one on top of your 401k. So apart from your 401k, the discretionary bonus, my way, cost run them, right? And then when it happens that way, 10 within short time, not scanning cost room more. And if you borrow from it, I don't even look at it. I just go in there to check, but I don't look at it. But as the man will say, when you borrow from it, you are paying it back. The interest you are paying it to yourself, which is good than to borrow it from somebody else. Thank you.
Yo, me Pacho, before we so as sir.
So maybe through a question. So we are doing baby 401k on participating from 1k. That's it. They don't match it. Is it advisable to just participate in the 401k?
Still do it. The reason why I tell Mami Kasani say one kasa who kasa who see wuska atwa Yeah, na easy. Easy. But so I know say a year okay first now of late some companies have started that they are not matching it. They are not matching it. Still do it because say I bet you. So who 401k? Now say will be throw Ghana say we hear sky emergency pan the school fees on the minute. I don't think say any normal person will go and borrow and go and give it to somebody in Ghana.
That's
But
right.
when the money is in your savings account, you are tempted to. Or opinion, but let me tell you what I say.
Yeah,
You are tempted to. And you know, say, and I won't say it's just in kakran down. By the time I will realize, me say, we yeah, you say we save say 500 crown. By the time 10 years and now for 5 years, no, go in this can be brave. So for and it's good you're asking this question, and I'm cautioning you, especially the insurance people. They normally bring this to discourage people from participating in the 401k.
Yeah.
Insurance, no make will say, oh, or 401k, no, debit. I tell you, they don't have much knowledge about that. That's why they are using the other, we say. Adekunti Americans and say 401k now, why we say no, right?
Yeah.
So kukunipa. So udi boni said dear. Near Duko jail. Who the said there nobody can tamper with that 401k. Do you know why American government has set it up in that way? That is your retirement money. Who call retirement now in this KBR dawa? Oba you can say Medicaid. Oba be ye burden on my government. And you know, omu protect 401k. No, it's good you ask this question. And it's all participate here, minimum beer na or ye we say all 401k. The 401k, no, and he did something wrong. He ended up in jail, not in Grofoka. When you say you're funny, access in a woman to me and 401k. Or call jail for 5 years, or call jail now or buy. Guess what? The 401k nana will depending on it to survive and until say or stand on the feet. Let's assume say or savings account. The savings account will fine. BBA will be an government if about 401k is a law. And the question I will be saying, have you seen the importance of having the 401k, even if they are not matching it? And I thank God that when I finished my MBA, I did my thesis on that. And I was so blessed. I studied it a lot. And from then I became an advocate because now insurance for no ACCA, ultimate discouraging for so munko yi we say no. And I started talking about it, giving people insight about it, and people so say it was very good. Thank you for your question.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. My question, or my last question, or this is a question I have me pass as a Christian, and Bibisa, is it okay that we can get ourselves involved in this talk things? Because initially you said this stock is something like also a refined way of gambling. That is what maybe you said. So is it okay that we do that?
No, this is a legal thing.
It's a legal gambling, right?
No, it's legal. It's accepted.
Okay.
It's not gambling, but I use the word cha-cha into the mouth.
Let me come in. Maybe I just also for patch you say cha-cha word, and it say and risk now will take,
Yes.
So sikana ode koto no bibi betimi asi ama eswati anaase bia baby poti bia ade bekọ akoto no ahwe adwuma no kura betimi aguma bia osika no ahye ye ka sa bibi sa no a ye kiremu ewa kankasa no mu a etimi kasa chacha ade bia ese bibi betimi asi na ono nkire se loto no a nkrofo to no a umfa sika bia nkoto baabi a sebi wo wani da so bi se ubenya sika kase bi abroso Saa jedie ho asɛm no ɔno nya ɔno na na ɔpa kyerɛ. Ɔka chacha we no stock you know wodi usika kɔto wa sika ne yɛde yɛ adwuma. Na loto ukotwa usika na da baabi yɛde yɛ adwuma yɛ mfa so bi ba so. We ukɔtɔ mfa sɛ Apple yɛ adwuma a ɛwɔ hɔ a wɔn mu yɛ adwuma yɛ tomuton phones ne adeɛ. Adwuma no mfa so ba so ana wɔn so usika na wɔde akɔto wɔ no na mfa so ba so. Enti mesrɛ mu anya saa na no pa kyerɛ na ɔka in a contest. Wanka no chacha saa ɔka in contest na ɔde kyerɛ asɛm mu. Ɛne deɛ mu ana mepɛ sɛ meka wei kakra de to so.
So we do ase. So besia ne besia.
So yeah that's pa. So mami me say me ba buchira chi me twi no ya yi kakra nti sometimes ya na me can twi na me timi chire mu ye say bro no. Also for me that's pa the way I always explain.
Oh, yeah, kasa do cry there. That scenario no describe as ana obeka no. Just say obetimi ashrew sika no and I betimi so akoyie amount. Nti anything can happen to your money. So ana obe describe no.
Oh, okay.
Pacho obi wo asemi sebio. Esem bebeba osofo eka de ochechire ye nyina stock markets. Enema ahodo a ose ye wosa wo hwe ansa watimi aye investments. Ana wahwe se investment no unlusu sika na fe efutu a odi amaye high yield savings and so ye Christo di so there also we need that sika ho oni kun sika ho ye adwumade afo so odi nyankopon de ye ma no ne ma bebra wa keka nyina no so obi wo emu asemisa bia ye won rekakra e betimi address
Also.
That's our show.
me pacho yo
Media no enye asembisa pese ya aye adesrede say I think say yenya a lot of good information. Slides no unfortunately and to me and display from our end into say we yeah and sabe to me aka slides no eno ye de dikai.
That's a very good point.
The also you know a be information but say ya in here a little time to digest. Na digest we was sembisa bin so a kwan wo ho say betumi reach out to you. And I know so share one no ASA.
Oh, that's a very good question. I thought about sharing my notes with you guys after the service. I was gonna give it to also Mami said it will be to me the Amamu. And then a year more can I mean sometimes no I say you have to digest it's so two boys in our dream. I have no problem with that. When you call me, when you need me, just reach out to your pastor or the wife. Any one of them can give you my number. Please, when you call me and I don't pick up, I have so many engagements and stuff. I woke up, I've been out since 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock now, you know. From pastor's prayer meeting to the next normal prayer line. 5 minutes to the prayer line, I have to leave and come here. So what I'm trying to say is I have a lot of activities. If you call me, I don't pick up. Not that I'm ignoring you. Leave a message. When I listen to it, I will get back to you. And you have no problem with that. I want believers to prosper. I might be frank. That's me. I want Christians to prosper. So anything I can do, any information that I have that I can share with Christians, I do share it. So that all of us, because if you prosper and I prosper, now you prosper. Say you be too tight. My main goal is for people to get souls to get saved. And I saw in a whole China. Ye frail class Brahmian evangelism out here. I was also doing the come to me and I said evangelism. But say what did you mean? I'll be thinking evangelism easily. It's in the Israel and no they acquired you can reach out to me.
Okay. Yo, so for you.
Sure.
Okay. If I tell me a question about
me pacho yo
so when the crypto no catch say crypto idea and your current what's the who and I said there are certain coins be and the ability so who advice
and no before say baffle from now IRS didn't regulate it. Now IRS is on board. They are regulating it now. So it's just like a normal stock that you are buying. But unse share a time, COVID time, and the bar up. Now you will feeling, people have time and a year we say. Now, unse America, a Treasury Department, no matter in such a way, say BBA ne beba no most steady. And sana they come up with laws governing it. So we should crown now and never file a tax that you besides say cryptocurrency or electronic it is now okay. But before no in America. But still open your eyes and be on top of that so that you don't lose money. As I started by saying, I don't want, for me say, now say, who's can also lose who's can there? I mean, some people, me there. Because me see can me bray and sana minya. To me, investment, and let me making sure say that investment will earn me returns. Me part of the mention what you say. For now, you are okay. You are good to go, but still open your eyes. Don't just put it in and then leave it like that. But you make sense. Me answer okay. Okay.
Yeah. You also for question back about chatting him or say from your experience, what is your take on mutual fund investment versus individual stock investment? What is preferred for a risk-averse investor?
I'll go for mutual funds. Because the reason why I'm telling you I'll go for mutual funds is we have people who have really, really studied it, they weigh the risk, the ins and outs, and they are making that investment. Even pension funds, and they are investing it all, or they are investing it there. But individually, no matter how such that you now no time be now. Time I want to cry no. Unse make country will say yesterday. A year will be answer Google. No, I said here about company, but when it comes to mutual fund, they are a body of professionals who have sat down, they have weighed the ins and outs, they analyze it, and then they see, oh, when we make this investment, it's really good. So when it happens that way now, you are protecting yourself. As I always say, from where I come from, when we get money, we don't want the money to go down. We want the money to go up. Minimum be our bamiho. Any panel war. He has $500,000 in the bank savings account. The bia obeko owura bank wana bank is in a rational. Now mo ye, but I say no. Also bray and son wonya says can. Inti no mpese obey invest in wo we say. And I'm introducing it to high earning savings account. They say, Mammy, I get you hooked to it. When you see any free, if any say a savings account, no dia kwakugo. And at the end of the year, Okatem say he's doing well. Just a normal 3%, 4% interest rate. He's doing well. So back to that, the question that you asked now, I will tell you, say mutual fund is more beneficial than individual.
Yo, I was for a camera kakra be me pacho why na or not so semisa. Okay.
Me person me can't assemble back home. Now I wanted people to ask questions about that, but nobody made mention of that. Those of you in the medical field, working in the hospitals, nursing homes and stuff, no. Me person me mamo assignment. And I say there are some of you are able to view your 401ks on your phones. Just check and see how best is doing. So what I say it's not doing well. Go to your HR. Tell HR and say 401k no investment na ewo no umpe. Ope say we invest in with a medium risk investment, because the reason why I make us say and I'm say more that field now, you don't have much ideas about these investments. No, what they do is stocks are a bit any more money amount within a short time, and when you see that now, you say okay, but you are not helping yourself in the long run. Whenever there is any, say your president buy a crowd with tariffs here or they buy, you see a hit here. I hate most of them. I hate a 401k no me. It's already on say call down. I feel as I started attending around so until more medical field no. I just want you to be on top of that. Because remember, it's your own money that you are going to use it when you retire. The one to me and take care of it. Now say, oh man, say we jam or yeah. At the end of the year, no one share or in the long run, one share the money you are supposed to save. Because averagely, I was reading an article recently and I was shocked. Averagely now, if you are 50 years and above, your 401k should accrue at least, even if you haven't contributed much, 50 years and above, you should have about $400,000 in your 401k. That is the steadiest. If you are 60, it should be 600,000. And when I say that, maybe you are sitting here as a now me dabena me start here Juma, and only an average studies that they've made. But remember, me no, ya mahani ya yenkola.
Yeah, mantem.
Yeah, mantem, exactly. So we are playing a catch-up game. And until I keep on emphasizing from where I come from, minyeska, me pese beko from, me pese kosro. Me patro de me chene se sumati ase. In the little bit I was saving a 401k no, we want to protect it. And until I make sure say mon call HR. Na mo so what share your phone is now it's not doing well. Or they so investing or medium risk amount, say they're going forward no. Also be to me or catch up now where do whole cry now. At least ubi to me binti or pension plus 401k say you know not a social security scanning yan sign. With your funeral home in Ghana, at least will be live good. And you know, my assignment to you is say, "Mon check it with my HR, my 401k. Now mon check it with my HR." Said the omobiti me invest in musikani. Said the mon lose.
Okay.
Amen.
Amen. Also, Pacho, will be the question about maybe nobody your last one. Or say, do you have to have bulk money to start off any of the investments? For instance, CD and the rest. Thank you.
No, you don't have a bulk. You don't need a bulk amount. Well, when you say bulk amount, what does it mean? You should give you can even start CD with 5,000. You don't have to have a bulk money. But the only thing with CD is the only a year. Was some time ago with me, you know, I'm yes, but I think I know the answer. But let me say it. When you start with 5,000, right? Maybe 5,000 who you invest in for or 6 months, right? Now within the 6 months, maybe I was saying another 5,000. Open so the count one. Omuntimi fan count. Yes, or pretty or more open separate CDs in the amount. And now say over chain now 6 months in this one. Now they are now they account the war no. So that is the only thing with the CDs yeah, because we say somewhere along the line, be with me escape now so they can't see this no. Untimi fan count. And it's a call 1 year, just all train for 1 year. And then I make a job say, oh, CD, no. Oh, high yielding savings account now. And at that time now, you can push it on the high yielding savings account, even though the interest rate is not like the CD, but it's earning something which is better than the amount of money being in your bank account or your savings account. So that when the time is due now all the account, now why we say why that investment. What to see?
Regina.
Yeah, my question is say I'm going back to the webinar HR with me Akasana if there's a way to change move baby fufa, but most of them I think they have their own companies Oma Pekina Omono Moyejuma Intino so for 0341K no. There are specific companies or stocks that the company has accepted to buy or do some business with. how feasible is it for individuals? Because I mean the way I'm painting, maybe is it legal or is it easy? Or is it right? So you bet me.
No, you can do it. You can do it. You see, anytime when I'm teaching, preaching, I like questions. It helped me bring back and never be a me refi. I'm teaching them. Yes, they were kind of true. When you say you have direct contact to financial institution na mo company no mo top stocks now. When you say direct contact to them, right?
Yeah.
And even especially those of us in the financial institution, they were rather they force us because they know say almost almost assigning a particular manager who is taking care of your portfolio. What I say?
Yeah.
And in this point now, all that you do, offer a company now, offer a company be a Charles Schwab, Fidelity, Chase Bank, all these can offer now. Or the Social Security, the company you are working for, your date of birth. I catch you say, hey, me investment what I say, me 401k bar now. Me pese mo ye eyima me pese me invest ewo we say medium risk stocks.
Okay.
Yeah, or I want to be conservative and invested in areas whereby my investment will not go down. Say you know what, they can give you education on that. No ma open or much how to open it on your phone.
Okay.
Or on your computer, and they will walk you through, tell you, say, this and this and this companies now who invest you we say. And to so who press it today, you can bet me assigning a manager to you. I'll be helpful. I'm more resolve side. So you can, it's good. You can even avoid the HR. I forgot about that. God bless you, Sister Regina. I forgot about that part. Yeah, omubitimi help. I'm awaiting a proper investment because remember, I don't want you to go on retirement without having any money in your 401k.
That's fine.
Yes. God bless you for bringing that question up.
Yo, ebusiafo, emi say aha na emre ebe makwan ama.
Last question, Pacho.
Yay.
Last one.
11:59. Also for enyoma pio.
No. It's okay. I'm good.
Yo,
please.
okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
Also, maybe questions I say you be independent. How are you going to advise us? 401k and the insurance your company, like you said, normal advice say it's not advisable to invest in 401k, but rather on insurance. So, what is your take on that?
And no say me kind. They are saying that because they don't have knowledge about the 401k. That's why they are saying that. How Mokatro said, once I mention said to insurance for yourself. Once I kind. I'm not saying insurance is not good. No, insurance is good. And when it comes to insurance, Emrofono, them say no count in say Bruni, Ukona say Bruni be a wua. Or a kind of mamma no papa wua. Ube say Usua, Unisuno. Almost like a crab. And you be NTO. Nani da bibi so. Nani that because your toy insurance, it be a 1 million. Ato papa ndo papa ne wunu say obe make some money no. Na minu me no. Obi bi wu a and this is Grammy contribute to you. Your friend say go find me. Ghana Nibia we are go find me. Adintra, they did not make provision for themselves. So I hear you can. What or insurance? Oh, do you know the number of people are omo insurance? Oma ye me say there is one insurance a year no man can but me can count. Oma ye me say beneficiary say yes be amena megis canon. Almost so many will be our. And they know say when that money gets to me, I will make sure their family in Ghana will get it. And no, your insurance side, no. That is one good thing about it. But our question now, so who take iska from your 401k? Because Omono name the insurance part, but they don't know the 401k part. No? Because insurance now, what now we are you're good, and only on top of your 401k, but for you to take money from your 401k and go and buy insurance, no, I won't advise you to do that.
But that's
Don't
always
do
the
that.
argument, that
They say Sanko for you okay. Sanko for you okay. First, now me pay a whole life insurance at all.
Yeah.
Na New York na for term life we invited one insurance company Oba sorry the man talk Oba he spoke negatively about 401k, and I invited the guy home. Then person me told insurance maybe, and lo and behold, he says still I know and I educated the person on 401k the benefits. When you say the guy was thanking me so much. He said, "Oh, Pastor, I didn't know that." I said, you have no knowledge about it? Don't talk about it. When you go, don't talk about it. But I'm sorry, the way you see Kasa, But the I have to go back and do the damage control to educate the church about it. And one thing. This is an idea I'm throwing to you guys. I know, do you know that's and I see say more church, more young folks home. Do you know you can buy insurance for the church? The entire church, the members in the church, you can cover everybody. This is what happened. There was about a couple of churches that Umaye Bibisa. No ye say I sorry no say a group no money bibriba or man for any bibriba yana it's not good for you to do that. But in Kola womb, we say this is how they do it. If you're able to buy that group, say company to group insurance. And the church too can do exactly the same thing. When they do that, who is paying the premium? It's the church who is paying the premium. So those of one, it encourages people who are not giving tithe and offering to pay their tithe and offering. Two, when they are doing it, say you assign names. Free church they take your name out. Obi the join the church now, they put the person in. And this is what happened when somebody dies, God forbid. I know of a church from time now about 5 of their members, and then they got only a bare minimum like $25,000. $25,000 now more, because of that the premium no. So when somebody dies and they are paying the money, they are paying the proceeds, they pay to the church. The church will use some of them to perform the funeral and do everything. And then the rest, they give it to their family. And I know people who their family were not here. They were in Ghana, the church finished the funeral, and then they used the money, they gave it to the family members. And this is something extra that if you can afford, if the church can afford, I don't want anybody to say, oh, Pastor Joe said this, and then you go and hold Osofo's hand. Now, Osofo, we have to do it at all. No. It's an idea. I am bringing it out because some churches have done it and it's helping them. And it's really, really, I know of one man when they did that, when they performed the funeral here in Cincinnati, when they finished, they had a money left of $16,000. They gave it to the family. So the family didn't incur any cost, and at the end, they got something on top of whatever donation people are going to give it to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. And also, was I in your from any further information about it?
Sure.
Thank you. Sister Regina, me pacho, me usa unsan da so.
Okay. Old one.
That's the part.
Ebusia for e den na yebeka hye Osofo Nana Poku. Osofo Nyamisha o.
Osofo Nyamisha o.
Ewo wada hye eni unim die so a wonam ahobrɛaseɛ so ama nyame afa wo so aba bɛkyerɛkyerɛ mu nneɛma bi ani so.
Very nice.
Megye di sɛ yɛn nyinaa yɛafa mu aba yɛnya nimdeɛ no a nneɛma bebree a na ɛwɔ yɛ adwene mu anaa ɛda yɛ akoma so a yɛnte aseɛ anaa ebi nso koraa yɛtu ho anammɔ dada no ɛnɛ yi yɛnya mu nkyerɛmu ne mu nteaseɛ pii ama deɛ yɛbɛpɛ sɛ yɛbɛyɛ no nso so yɛde nimdeɛ ɛna ɛbɛtu saa anammɔ no. Nti ɔsɔfo nyame nhyira wo sɛ
Nyame
ɔma wo ho kwan
nhyira wo
yɛboro
so.
nsa frɛ wo na wobaeɛ.
Can I say something before I let you wrap up? I want to take this opportunity also to thank the leadership of All Nations Baptist Church. In fact, I don't take it for granted when it comes to the children of God. And when people invite me, when it comes to these things, I try to make way for them. And for you guys are blessed to have sick leaders to come up with these kind of programs. Because and never be saying in sorry no share a lot of and some of them no if he say nyame asem no say be can e be read Bible e be preach winning souls nko but e come the obi a ontimi ko winning souls until more leadership no Pastor Amo and the wife and all the deacons and then elders. I take this privilege to express my profound gratitude to you for you organizing such programs for the children of God. God bless you, and I applaud all of you. Amen.
Amen. Yo, abusiafo, me pa bocho announcement for bi o bell. Okay.
Okay.
All Nations Part all lines, you know, yeah, Kaya wants to enumerate your ye. And see, mommy and Shannon so.
9 o'clock. Sorry, Dan.
Yo.
9 to.
And kai boy wo ho no. Nyame ya dum o china so health talk. That was sorry. Enti yeguso a yetu ye ho fo e ma ye ho nimde said the be ya setena mu so ye betimi etumpon. Enti meti Dikin eni wo so nti be ma Dikin abompa na asana no I want to say this was often na quiet in Ken. He's like a brother to me. When I first said I said I've known him for over 30 years. Or you're my classmate. So for the last question now, if we older master or senior Ernesto Usu, a mass probably so her. Inti, was in older mass. So for what about him? Why? Auntie Agiway and Auntie Agiama.
Amaphobia.
Yeah.
Phobia.
It's Mr. Damson, a phobia for baby, right? So for what?
Oh, I see. That's nice to meet all of you.
Yeah. Dickin Charles Ripacho, your best time I won't pay a point.
Yes, also for that's me Benjamin Shroud. Patrick Mamma Mompire. Ɔdomfoɔ tumfoɔ Nyankopɔn a tumi nyinaa yɛ wo dea. Yɛda wase paa wɔ nkwagye a wɔde adom yɛn. Na yɛda wase nso wɔ nimdeɛ a wɔde adom ɔman mu bi a ɔmotumi ne yɛkyɛ. Sɛdeɛ ɛbɛyɛ bɛsiesie ne yɛtumi atena sɛ asomdwoe mu ne anigyeɛ mu ne nkɔsoɔ mu. Na ama wasɛm a waka sɛ wɔn a wɔde wɔn ho too so na de nyinaa di bɔn ne wiem yie na ba mu ama yɛn. Yɛ yɛn ho so adansefoɔ. Yɛda wase bebree. Woni a woyɛ ma yasafo yi nimdi a wode dom yi ni ayesre wo pa Awurade ne sɛ ma yakoma a betimi agye nsɛm atum na susu hu na adwene hu na timi make the right decisions sɛ ne be ya ne a wonam akɔso de bre benya ho mfaso ne ho nhyira yesrewara kan ya ho ne boa yɛn tene o kan Awurade boa yɛn nyansamu so that if we are doing any investment we do the right investment. Awurade na ho be multiply ama yɛn ti sɛ yɛ ho to so na wodi anim kan me yɛ investment nim sɛ ebe yɛ nhyira de basa nso Awurade edi asomdwe bɛbɛ fie edi nkoso bɛbɛ wasafo mu de bɛma wo nso edi yie dan ka ma wona wa abɔnten hu sɛ ampa wenum ne akristofo fisi onyame nhyira wo yɛda wase ema capacity committee a mo di sa no we nyina edom yɛn so so bi hyira wo na yɛ bɔ mpa nso ama sɔfo ene ne ministry a ɛwɔ New York. It's also be shower when any year in the Manabusia, Dom can home. Mra winya ya wadi CC and home any abekasa near what should be a don't be a what should be a ration and no more home be brave. It was so a tear. Himself became one I gave a doubt the other dozen gym. And what I yes, rack or someone so I crack or some or any gym. It was so a tear we used to dream. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. You
Amen.
also for Nyami
Thank you.
Shao. It was your friend. I'm
Nyamisha
going
ase.
to ask what say a tune suffer Munamobai. You Yamin Kayin and I home. Bye bye.
Bye.
Bye. So, my Israel.
Amen. Paper to live away. Let me apple.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I can't see Yana.
Oh, no, what you mean? Yeah.
Okay.
Mepacho bo so be hu se leave na bakoko. Na wa bo leave
Was
ne so.
okay, maybe we'll computer soon to be there for. But
Na wa
phone
bo
never
na
so.
so. O opposite to right side. O bo so be leave.
Yeah. So for mommy, so for Miama.
Na me sure.
Yeah, I'm sure so you. Mean to me was a meme call will be a cordia. And yeah, bye.
Bye.